And today we're going to hear from Patrick's mother, who is also Lindsay's mother in law. Now, we're hearing from family members, we're hearing from a coworker, and I think we're going to get into some expert opinions today. I hear Reddington making arguments right now about a 3D model, and I think Dr. La Posada is supposed to testify about the injuries that Lindsay sustained and how she went out the window, because that is to dispute the Commonwealth pushing the narrative that Lindsay maybe was not either serious in the unaliving event, or maybe she was trying to save herself, or I don't know. They made that argument that they're not saying it was a fake suicide. So, still a little hazy on that. We'll see in the closing arguments. We are going to get started. They're actually on break right now because they're setting up the technology stuff. So, this would be perfect time for us to do some catch up. Alrighty. So the judge said that the schedule for today will be similar to yesterday, and we were let out early yesterday. Hi, Carly, Knox, World Thinus, Tracy, Caroline, Taxi, Budgie. How's it going, guys? I do need to up the audio because Reddington is really quiet in the beginning. So just a heads up, at some point they are going to boost the audio for Reddington. So don't have your audio on too loud if you have your earbuds on. All right, they are swearing her in from Scotland. Oh, we went to Scotland a few months ago. It was very lovely. Hi, Lulu. Also, guys, we've been doing trial recaps for this case. If you guys are not caught up, feel free to check it out. Or if there are things that you want to recap on,
voice up if you could. All right.
Check out the channel.
Counsel.
Good morning.
Oh, Mr. Reddington, for some reason the microphone over there is not picking you up.
Just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SUSAN CLANCY.
And what town do you live in?
Situate.
And you're married to Chris Clancy.
Yes.
And both you and Chris are mother and father of Pat Clancy.
Correct.
And obviously you live in Lindsay.
Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you
Lindsay married my son Patrick, and they had a very good relationship.
have occasion to go to their home
Yes.
in Weymouth? on
Yes,
occasion?
I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently, to your memory, you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what do you do for work?
RN.
I'm sorry, an RN?
An RN.
And what type of any
I
focus?
worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery,
Correct.
helping women that were having babies. And
Correct.
obviously you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things.
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
Fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room
So
itself.
were you aware of the various physicians that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And
Was that a dog in the courthouse?
would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
Can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg Spinelli well. We've spoken a couple of times. I believe she specializes in postpartum mental health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital? And I guess they call it
Meg Spinelli. That name doesn't ring a bell. Who's Meg Spinelli? Have we heard of Meg Spinelli before?
rounds lecture.
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And As time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Calvin was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time,
All right, they're bringing up Dawson again because Dawson was found in Patrick's room by himself.
let's say October,
And there was a journal entry that Lindsay wrote about Dawson. So maybe the jury's thinking, oh, did she specifically not like Dawson? Was Dawson that much of a trouble for her? But we hear testimonies from everyone that Lindsay loved all her children equally.
November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt, mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out?
Yes,
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, or do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
You know that she eventually got out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's Office of the State Police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Celebrate, where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No,
They examine Lindsay's phone and obtain texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay? And you can just take a look and see if their telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if you, it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. You don't have to look at all of them, that's for sure.
And we're probably not going to see those text messages. A thick packet, though.
This, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. So the jury can look at it if they want to. It's a lot of pages.
All right, over the Carmel's objection, that may be admitted.
We're admitting it in.
Thank you very much.
Carmel?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years. Mm-hmm. And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't
Yeah, who is Meg Spinelli? Are they important?
recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case with the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now,
Okay, not important.
you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was at the emergency room?
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long. Probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour.
Can you guys see me? You can see me now? Okay. Let me just give it a moment to stabilize. It says the bit rate is low. I've been having issues with YouTube. It hasn't been happening while I'm streaming, but before I start my stream, YouTube takes a bit to, I don't know. Sometimes it glitches out and like I can't set up my stream schedule. Okay, you can see me. Yay! All right, guys. Okay. You can see and hear. Wonderful. Hi, Sherry. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Let me take a look at this message. What does it say? Current bit rate. Once we increase my bit rate, should. Stream health. Warning, stream health. I'm keeping an eye on it. YouTube was weird since yesterday. I know, degenerate. I was like, I saw that. YouTube was weird yesterday since they kept you live. I was on YouTube and it kept telling me that I was still live. And I was like, why is my stream still up? But then I would click on it and it already ended. So I don't know. That was weird too. I was like, at first I was like, oh my gosh, I hope it's not still recording because I was making videos at the desk. All right, so we're good. All right, guys. Let me know if anything weird happens, but hopefully it should be good now.
That would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
Thank you for your patience. All right, where were we?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you knew she was going and getting, going to see providers and meeting with.
Yes.
You were still working full time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work mids?
I worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, were they, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
Why would she phrase it like that? Of course that a witness is going to get defensive about that. There was a journal entry or no, Lindsay had told someone, I forgot who it was, that she didn't want to have her in-laws to take care of the kids, but there was no particular reason. It's not like she didn't like him or anything. It was just a preference. And they never bugged her to take care of the children. So I don't know. I guess like they're trying to show like, look how controlling Lindsay was, but I don't think that's a huge win for them.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over?
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that she,
I didn't know that, no.
That she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
Okay. And so you're aware that she was, in fact, increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
Now, once she was seeing Julie.
This judge is always so interested in the question and answer. He looks at the person in the stand. I haven't really seen other judges do that. He's very engaged.
Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
Julie Paul.
And
Just looking at the text messages right now. What is she looking for?
so these pages are different than mine. After being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That would be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzo dependence after just 2 weeks of using it, and I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it, and we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do, so should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
Hearing the same thing that
And-
she was echoing to everyone else in her life. Good morning.
November 30th.
November 30.
Says,
Oh, is it on the screen and we can't see it?
night. Do you see that in the green?
Yes.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
Okay. You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never, ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
She probably said that.
Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving things were better?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Yeah, but she still said that she was trying hard to get better. I don't know. It's like you're throwing in a lot of things that maybe it seems like Lindsay was fine. But then there are some parts in her statements that shows that she's trying to get better, that she is struggling. I don't know. And then having to lose weight, that's also another factor that's affecting you, right?
Kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, what's the subtitles?
Now, during the holidays, you, in fact, took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Was that at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great
Yes.
and that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over there?
What? Why would she ask that? Hello? He's like, are you aware that murder is considered a mortal sin? Okay. I don't think the judge's going to let that in.
All right, and what that means is you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose, okay? All right, Counsel.
Okay.
So you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, correct?
Yes.
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
Yes.
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
And during that time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
And that they went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left Dawson and Callan home, or excuse me, left
Yeah, Dawson and Callan.
Dawson and Callan home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists
No.
or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women
tried
and
to.
Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
And nothing further.
Oh, that was the same day as the skiing day?
All right, Ms. Rainey, can you
Cora?
redirect?
Wait, so the skiing day was when the same day that Lindsay went to Women's and Health? Women's and Infants? Okay, so right there, the prosecution said she did not. So the mother-in-law did not attend any meetings with the providers. I mean, you typically wouldn't. They don't know what the providers were saying. But the Commonwealth said this: you don't know what help she was asking for aside from medication. Okay, I don't know. I mean, are you trying to say that Lindsay wanted the medications or didn't want the medications? Which one is it?
So she asked you about options that were available to Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program.
He dropped her off when skiing with Cora. Okay, so if Lindsay went to, that's where I'm confused, because I thought Lindsay watched Callan and Dawson while Patrick went skiing. Is this a different skiing day? Because now they're saying that no, Patrick dropped Lindsay off at Women's and Infants for a day, and then he went skiing. So who watched the two kids?
Program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on.
On that. So you're aware she was turned away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details.
I mean, you haven't had anyone to testify at Rhode Island Women's Health. I know they're on the witness list. Are they coming over?
Of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No.
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because
But here's the thing: why didn't they call anyone from Women's and Health to testify about that? We heard like driplets of this testimony. Is that doctor also overseas somewhere, not available?
everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
2 years.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
You're aware that she was
Oh, interesting. I don't know. I thought it was up to 2 years. That's what Julie Paul said. Well, maybe it was just her clinic that they choose to treat women up to 2 years postpartum. That's what she said. Okay, that's very interesting.
Patrick and Lindsay.
okay, and that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
You're aware that she was sent from women and infants with actually several options, where it included inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
Nothing further.
May I? One more?
Go ahead, one.
So
One more.
outpatient management, that would include somebody like Gelada, right?
Yes.
You know that Women and Infants called Sorta and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Come up, anything on that?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
Why did we not hear from Rhode Island when the state was presenting their case?
All right, well, members of the jury, this is one of those stops I told you about.
Oh yeah, I think. Oh,
We're going to
whose
have
head is that?
kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, hopefully just.
Hey Laura, how are you doing today? They're still setting up. I don't know. They're doing some technological stuff over there. I was like, in Massachusetts, it's probably going to take forever. In this courtroom, I don't know, man. It's probably going to take a while. So we caught up. Hello, how are we doing today? You wonder if they think they're doing a good job, the Commonwealth? Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. There was a lot of like mini points that they were trying to make. There were some things where it felt like they were reaching a little bit, but I get it. They don't really have a lot of digital evidence or testimonies from friends that has you know, Lindsay is a bad person, right? You hear about all these people talking about what a good person Lindsay was. She's a wonderful mother. And then, you know, we have some journal entries from Lindsay, or we'll have like, you know, maybe like one or two things that Lindsay will say to a therapist or her provider that's like, oh, hold on a second. Do we have something here? Is this our moment right here? So, for example, when they talked about Lindsay and not having the in-laws watch the kids, but Lindsay did say that there's no particular reason why. She just has that preference, and the in-laws don't bug her either, right? That was like something that she told the therapist. And so the Commonwealth is like, oh, you're the in-law. Okay, well, did you know about this note right here? Did you and Lindsay not get along? I think that's like what they're trying to throw in there, that, oh, maybe Lindsay was controlling. Maybe she didn't want you to watch the kids. And I'm like, it didn't look that bad, okay? Like, I get it. You're trying to get in as much as you can to try to make Lindsay look bad, but focus on other things, you know? I think that's better. I think it's better to focus on other things. Okay, so I think the court is back. Perfect.
Is that we were provided with an affidavit.
Okay, so the court is back, but there is going to be an argument for La Posada to testify on the stand. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, is it over here? Right over. Hold on a second. For his birthday. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, they go on a.
And I know that, so I know that the
Okay.
next witness is scheduled to be Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I think that at some point after we talk a little bit, we're going to have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here. And I appreciate.
Do we think Lindsay will testify? No, I'm saying 0% chance. Okay, 0. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh, my background looks kind of better. It's like it's yellow now, yellow and green.
Appreciate everybody's help technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that council wanted to introduce through Dr. La Posada. And so I
Posada.
guess, Carmel, if you had an opportunity to take a look at these?
Yes, and we are objecting to these items. Yeah.
All right. And so why don't we discuss those here in open court and go through it. And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well. And so Commonwealth, why don't I hear the objections and then I'll hear from the defendant.
The main objection is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe.
Who made these exhibits? Look at Red's face.
Maybe a couple times.
I don't know. It looks like he's laughing, but I think he's just chewing something. I was like, is he laughing at the person who drew this inaccurately? Oh man, who drew this? Where's the window well? Is it important?
But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate. And so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objection, is that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is the...
I'm just watching Reddington the entire time. That is the man to be watching. His reactions.
Yeah, that is inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well, you've got, this thing is ridiculous.
The heck is happening?
The diagram we're talking about, the window well, I'm just going to, you already have a copy of it, right?
Thank you, yeah.
Okay, first of all, projectors. Projectors were definitely during your time.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest, accurately. And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. La Posada. And it shows clearly that, as Your Honor can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included.
Oh, that's what they meant, that she fell on her head. But still, wouldn't there still be an injury on the back of her head, though? Oh my god, that looks so painful. Yeesh.
There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they are confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way that she landed on her head, gets to Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house, she's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government, they could raise that on cross. They could say, well, the window well was really 6 inches to the left instead of to the right. That never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant. I think that they are useful for a jury to be able to review. I did have copies made for the jurors and the court, as well as the DAs. And Dr. La Posada has it. And then I could go through, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window, where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual x-ray. Dr. La Posada can compare the injuries, talk about the Jefferson fracture. There's a photograph that shows the blood in the snow, shows the area, and the photograph actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right. Well, I guess it appears to me slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as we said, the mechanism of the injury that shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the x-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine.
Hey Perry, how are you doing today? What's the relevance of where she landed? It's more like how she landed. The Commonwealth wants to say that maybe she slid down on the side of the house, although they haven't really overtly said it, but they've hinted at it a few times, maybe because of the blood that was found on the side of the shingles. And maybe Lindsay was like hanging on the ledge of the window and then dropped back or something, miscalculated the fall, miscalculated that she was going to be severely injured. The defense is saying that no, she kind of like dove out the window. But in terms of like where she landed at the site, I don't know if that's important. I think it's more like the how.
Specifically T6. And then
And the window well, I don't know if that's really important. Is it important?
slide 6 shows the, and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an x-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1, I can remove 2, and we'll just focus, if you want, on 3 through 6.
I think that goes more towards the doctor's kind of background and kind of what had been offered in regards to the her opinion.
Your Honor, I think you said you were unsure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with 3?
Well, I think, again, I think 4 kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right, so I would allow in slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Not our objection.
And so what we'll do is, yeah, objection noted. And then what we'll do is take a short break at this point, set up the
Short break. Short breaks are like 45 minutes in this courtroom.
the Zoom call. Also, I know we're going to have to probably make certain changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
There's a book?
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right. So just so we know what we're talking about, right? 4 and 5 is the thoracic spine.
Yes, and like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DAs.
Okay. And then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all
Yep.
talking the
5 and
same.
6.
How about for us?
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
All right.
Can you put up on the screen and tell the cameraman to show it to us?
So why don't we do that? We'll take a short break. So that,
All right, short break. How long was this break? 56 to dun, 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 dun. They slightly come back. I think they had issues. Okay, so they're gone for like 30 minutes almost. All right, Dr. Laposada's there.
all right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything that can be done with it.
Oh no.
I know. I'm not sure. I'm probably the wrong person to ask.
You know who would know? Judge Mrazek.
Guys, to that.
I'm right behind you.
Hello.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, this is
Have a nice day. Is anyone there?
Hold on, Doc.
We
I'm
got
not
some
sure
ASMR happening
this
right
is
now.
going to work at this point. So why don't we see if we can get somebody to address this?
You can see your leg.
We'll get it done. But we can call somebody FTR or somebody. So why don't we take a further break? We'll figure this out.
I'll ask the crowd.
Yeah. All right.
I haven't seen the court TV, but I've seen the thumbnails.
All right. Thanks.
All right, so they're gonna go on another break. I know, Judge M, we miss you. All right, who's everyone's favorite prosecutor, judge, and defense attorney?
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right. So I think probably it makes more sense to address whatever the technological issues were on the Zoom. Maybe that could be done during the lunch period. And then we can go forward. I know the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Condi?
Donald Condi, G-O-N-D-I-E.
And I know that we had talked about a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Condi.
Conde.
Do the parties see the need for the doctor to testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we could. Yeah.
So the objection is that we were provided with an affidavit original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in the civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelato were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant
I love Georgia. I love Georgia Campbellman.
was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative. The defense hasn't put it. This is their first witness in regards.
Of course, we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeisel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and we're obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he expects Dr. Condi to say and how that differs from the opinions of the other experts.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, it depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condi's is at this point.
If I may, Judge.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doctor yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors. Our doctors, this is our first doctor, who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking medical help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Gelada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you I'm not going to have Dr. Zeisel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase.
Oh, we know you are. He is this guy's like a no bullshit person. He's like, let's just get right to it, okay? You don't want this exhibit? Fine. I'll take him out. Let's just move on. Okay, Laura. For defense attorney, hear me out. Boone's emergency attorney. Oh, I like that. Emergency attorney. Was it tolerable? I feel bad sometimes. I did like Mr. Owens. I liked him. Mr. Owens was kind of like, a little bonkers at times, but I did like him. Would I want him representing me? Not really. But if I needed him as an emergency attorney, sure, why not? He was very passionate.
Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or a postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeisel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved with Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that. So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condi get up here on a voir dire so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine from.
All right. And the intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep. It's all been deleted because they've actually removed it. Yep.
All right. So over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condi's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, let him know. Is he back there? Man, what is all this junk that they got?
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
There's just so much stuff back there. What is all this? All these exhibits and stuff? This reminds me of the Sarah Boone trial because you bring up James Owens, but I literally had, I think, opening statements up few days ago because we're covering Sarah Boone. And Mr. Owens had like boxes of just stuff, like boxes and boxes and boxes. And I was like, what is happening? This courtroom looks so cluttered. Anyone who has handled DBSB, Automatic Legends. Sarah Boone's having issues with her appellate attorney. All right.
So with that, counsel, we ready for the jury? Yes, we are. Okay. Good. God bless you.
Brian Steele, the king of Rico. Oh, I don't know who that is.
All right, please, you're entering.
Could we approach while they're coming in?
Sure, yeah.
All right, we're approaching again. Cameras zooming in on Lindsay. Oh, they're going to go on a sidebar. Man, what a day. All right, I think we're good now, are we? Are we good? Are we good? We're back. Donna's appellate brief is finally out. Take a look at that. I haven't had a chance to look at Donna's trial transcripts for the sidebars yet.
All right, good morning, doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Attorney Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you, and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condie, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, and went to medical school.
He was. When they were arguing in front of the judge a few days ago, or maybe like last week, the defense attorney did say that Condie was supposed to, well, he had an affidavit that was submitted, and it was for the standard of care. So now that we're getting some clarifications on what the judge wants and doesn't want, he's like, oh, let me go out there real quick. Okay, do not testify about the standard of care. We'll talk about everything else, all right? To the medications and how it could affect her, but not standard of care.
At Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83. That was a Harvard-affiliated internship, and then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years, then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship, also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility.
He looks like an actor. There's an actor that he looks like. You know what I'm talking about?
So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. Probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase, so I'm fairly familiar with that phenomenon.
Doctor, how many years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed physician in Massachusetts since 1983.
So what's that, 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
Time.
A little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations? And
I still can't believe how low her heart rate was at the time of the killings. She had her Apple Watch off at 5:23. So I think we assumed it was before the killings happened. I'll look it up again.
working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. Well, during the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific or medical publications
Yeah, she took it off at 5:23.
that you have been authored on a number of occasions, articles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if, as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Come on. Okay, that may be a minute.
Thank you. Now, doctor, if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that we've had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about various medications administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum, is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Can you tell the jury, in a summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Ms. Clancy. I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records. And I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse and her family, her 3 children, and her husband that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We'll get some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up.
Me too.
So from my review of the records, which would start with Dr. Tufts' records My understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 midnight to 12 a.m. shift. And she began to experience, as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callan, was she in, would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tufts' medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many checkboxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What
Zoloft
effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one. Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed the original 25 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to
Oh, did I miss it? Did he say TV?
take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking the 25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
To be exact, I'd have to look at the records, but I believe it was at the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
It increased from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation, that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication?
But Lindsay wrote in her notes, let me see, I'm trying to figure out the timeline. So there's a notes about the kids. It was October 25th. And she wrote, I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. So at least up until October 25th, she had stopped breastfeeding. But that was due to the stress that breastfeeding was causing her, because she wasn't producing. Because when initially Callan was having issues with, I think like the sleep stuff, right? And then when the sleep stuff maybe resolved, the breastfeeding stuff happened and she was not producing enough milk. It was stressing her out because she was also dealing with Cora and Dawson. Then she felt guilty, but she wanted to have something off her plate, which is understandable. So she stopped the breastfeeding. And then she started taking, oh, that was October. Okay, so end of September was when the Zoloft, no, was it end of September that she started taking the Zoloft? I thought she took the Zoloft because she met with Tufts in was it mid-August? Oh gosh, my timeline's getting so hazy now. Give me a second.
And increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she was She talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes.
Yeah, September 15. September 15. I think that was when it was dispensed.
Side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse? Did she tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Look at your report. Look at your affidavit if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but...
Well, let me just approach you then and hand you your affidavit, paragraph 13, and see if that refreshes your memory.
Thank you.
Yeah, middle September is when she first saw Lindsay. September 15th is when she first saw Lindsay. Lindsay didn't take the Prozac until, I think, like a month later. Okay, so she stopped breastfeeding. Okay, so that tracks. The breastfeeding was maybe still happening in September.
Yes.
How often was Patrick gone? I don't know. He was working from home. I don't know. But Lindsay was scared of sleeping by herself at times. She wanted to sleep with her mom. I don't know. They never really got into that. But he worked from home. I don't know if he had to travel.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her symptoms were at that point?
That she was having the racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself.
Reddington is also aggressive with his own witness. What does it say? Here, look at your notes.
That her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
What is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed.
How do you spell that?
It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zulresso, though, right?
She did not. It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better, as she had felt before. She took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping, but also was worried that night because her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she relate to Dr. Tufts, according to your review of the medical records?
Well, she talked about things like dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all. And I think she used the term brain fog at times. These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
She started treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore perinatal program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent, that we, if you recall, I believe, that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes. My understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, the nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right, and that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis.
I don't know. I felt like the expert didn't really give a strong opinion about that. The dissociated, not in touch with reality, notes by Julie Paul, and what that was the symptomology of postpartum psychosis. It wasn't really a strong answer.
Women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It's certainly dissociation.
Stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right, and that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations.
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by, that she, in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes.
To the doctors.
Yes.
That would be Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada. Is that right?
Nurse Gelada.
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada. Do you recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they were?
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the benefit.
On November 27th, Julie Paul, sorry, I'm just going back a little bit. Lindsay reports she slept well. She took mirtazapine, Klonopin, feel disconnected from reality, thinking of stopping Klonopin, anxious about being dependent on benzo, disorientation from the mirtazapine, which she was aware, remove Klonopin to help with sedative factors. I don't know. I think there's so much more in that. Reddington kind of just like took out two things that look really good for psychosis, but it's like, oh, disorientation from the medication, but remember, if it's from the mirtazapine, she wasn't on Remeron anymore in January. The fuck was she on again? She was on like amitriptyline, maybe Benadryl, and one or two other medication.
Benadryl at times. And there was some talk about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it. I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Oh, sorry. Buspar, which is the brand name for buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
Right. How about Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite. Yes, that was another.
The answer is yes, she was prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
And that's an antidepressant?
It is.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on.
Has Lindsay ever said what the psychosis was? Like what she was believing was happening? All she said, and this is what she told Patrick, was she heard a voice. It was a male voice telling her she had to do it. This was her chance. Something like that. but no other descriptors. Because, let's say you hear a voice telling you to do something. Wouldn't you also want to resist? I don't know. And especially if it's like your first time hearing the voice, maybe it's like, not as strong. Maybe it's like weak. Maybe like the more times you hear voices, the more stronger it gets. But like the first time you hear it, I don't know. I guess we're wondering like, why was there no resistance? She was on the phone with Patrick. Why didn't she tell Patrick? Ask for help. Like, oh my God, I'm hearing a voice. Patrick, can you hear it too? I don't know. But that's all that we heard from Lindsay about that. But maybe we'll hear from the person that evaluated Lindsay after the fact. And Lindsay will maybe give more details about that.
The adrenal adrenergic system as well.
What?
The adrenergic system.
What now?
Adrenaline is a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
Now, you said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes,
Okay,
sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names. But
Okay.
yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac, she had been prescribed the Remeron, she had been prescribed the Benadryl, she had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word. What does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
It's a little complicated to explain, but
Let's explain
serotonin.
it. Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. The brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over to the next nerve in line where there's a receptor. Serotonin does that in the synaptic cleft, but it's also taken back up by the nerve that secreted it so it's reuptaked. So a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake
When a woman
inhibitor
is
does.
pregnant or has just had a baby, can you tell me what effect, for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been at quite a few deliveries, yes.
Okay.
The fact is that many hormones increase. So progesterone is a hormone that many people have heard of. It's
It is so old school.
a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized. And that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
I wonder what other reportings or events that Reddington is going to say that, look, this was a sign of psychosis right here, previous psychosis. So we have one so far. One is the disorientation and the feeling disconnected from reality that she reports to Julie Paul. That's one. What else we have?
Birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. That they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in all mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen
Did
to
you say males or mammals?
mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask when a woman has a baby and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is through the birth. All of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones.
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience, in your education, and your research?
Wasn't she getting up at 4 a.m. to exercise, or is just that a rumor? I didn't hear that specifically in this trial. There were mentions of like her going to the gym and exercising, but nothing about like getting up at 4 a.m. and to like exercise in this trial. No. Julie Paul was the nurse practitioner that was referred to, was referred by Lindsay's mother-in-law to Lindsay at South Shore Perinatal Clinic. But Julie Paul only treated Lindsay for about roughly a week. She was moving to like New Hampshire or something. So Lindsay's care was transferred to Gelada, who was in the same clinic.
On women that have a baby, what effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of,
Thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people and also is out of reality, are those, or disassociated state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes.
When a doctor like Tufts, he doesn't like Jennifer Tufts. Oh, man. When a doctor like Tufts.
In your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, I mean, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby.
Do we know how much he's paying for her defense? I don't know anything about her defense at all. I don't know if he's court appointed. I don't know if she hired him. No, I think she hired him because he actually came onto the case very, very early on while she was being hospitalized. I have no idea.
And some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why?
Hey, Ray, how are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. All we can go off of is the GoFundMe where Patrick says that he forgave Lindsay and wanted people to forgive Lindsay. I think it was like 4 days after the children were killed. I don't know if he truly forgives her. I don't know. Or I don't know if he's changing his mind. It seems like the sentiment that the family members, whether it's Patrick, mother-in-law, or the, direct family members, they seem to support Lindsay. But I don't know. Maybe you can support someone and not forgive them because you're still trying to figure out whether or not they're responsible, but you just want to be there for them in the meantime. There were rumblings about either Lindsay's mom or Lindsay's mother-in-law saying that they don't forgive Lindsay. I didn't see anything about that, but if you guys know that there was an interview that maybe one of them did and they said they don't forgive Lindsay, or if it was mentioned anywhere, feel free to put in the Discord. Why did they divorce? I mean, that's a tough marriage to want to stay in, Let's say you support your wife, she killed the kids because of the, postpartum psychosis. Every time you look at her, you're still going to see her as the killer of your children, whether or not it's caused by psychosis. That's a tough one. And there's also people that, and also she's like incarcerated, there's like not really, well, it could be a future with her. We'll see. But again, that's all you're going to see. You're just going to be, it's tough, right? There are couples that lose children and it might not be the other person's fault, but sometimes, it's hard to stay in a relationship like that. I heard the mother-in-law. That's what I heard too, but like, I don't, where is that? Where are people getting that from?
Many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum.
When a competent psychologist, oh man, we are throwing all the shade at Dr. Tufts.
That regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
Did Tufts ever check the thyroid levels of Lindsay Clancy at all during her treatment?
No, she did not.
About Gelada, did they test any of those things?
No, Nurse Gelada did not do blood testing either.
Now, you made reference, sir, to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM?
I don't think anyone really did. McLean did a blood test, but not the one where it tells you how much medication was in her system. They did a general blood test and they did not do a thyroid test. Women's and infant health, I don't think they did any tests on her because they tried to intake her in the first day and they're like, oh, you don't qualify. And they sent her home.
What is referred to as DSM.
5TR.
Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. 5, you said TR, that would be right there, meaning test revision?
Correct.
All right. And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there?
Yes.
And what is that section?
The bipolar and related disorder section.
What is bipolar disorder? What does that mean?
Bipolar is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
That was in bipolar 2 or bipolar 1?
2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have...
They're up?
You're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel it. So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations. Like I said, that you are destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages, things of that nature?
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. Was there a lot of references to exercise?
Reddington's like, I don't like that answer. Let's move on. Reddington was trying to put forth that, well, Lindsay was cleaning the garage. That could have been a manic episode. You know, that was something that happened after she was pregnant. There you go. We have one evidence of manic episode in Lindsay's history. However, when I think, who was testifying in the stand about this? The Commonwealth did a lot of leading, and she was like, oh, you know, but what if it was like an organized cleaning? What if you were sorting out things that were junk, things that were not junk? You know, does that seem like manic episode? And the doctor was like, or was it a doctor? I think it was a doctor. Was like, no, that's not. And so it seems like this expert seems to agree with that. Also, this expert refuses to say gelada. Yeah, I feel like he's trying to be respectful. He's like Nurse Gelada.
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. Was there a lot of references to exercise?
There were a lot of references to exercise, and exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor like, or a nurse practitioner like Gelada, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner.
But is it a manic episode that you're exercising, or are you just trying to get out of a rut and get into a routine and try to be healthy again, you know?
Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That doesn't, that's something you would hold against her.
No.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. However, the Commonwealth was alluding to Lindsay just dropping off the kids at the local gym daycare and just dipping out. I don't know, but then that never came to fruition. So I was like, what the hell? What are these like little like we're like throwing things in and then there's like nothing to back it up, and I don't like that. I thought they were going to show some surveillance footage of Lindsay wearing gym clothes, going to the Kingsbury gym, dropping the kids off, pretending like she was at the gym, but then she really goes out somewhere else, and then she picks them up 2 hours later on time, right? We never revisited that.
Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callan, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct.
Huh?
So during the month of December, in your review of
She ran on the day that she delivered her. What? What do you mean? She ran on the day that she delivered. No way. You're all in the hospital. What?
Yes.
is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct. So during the month of December, in your review of the records, would you agree that her symptoms that she has related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically...
That's crazy. That's actually pretty crazy.
increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite hear.
increased.
Yes.
And are you aware that then she went somewhere voluntarily in December?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She'd gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And did you, in the record, see that, in fact, she had gone?
I had friends that were still playing pickleball. At some point, my friend had a delivery date and the baby was not coming out. So she was trying to do like some exercises, playing some like pickleball, you know, try to get the baby to come out. But to run on the day that you delivered a baby, I don't know. There needs to be clarification about this.
Gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that a supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 in the morning and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications that...
So if Lindsay was like, you know what, fuck these doctors, fuck everyone that's treating me, they're not getting it right, couldn't she also just, instead of going like the women's and health, and if she didn't think that it was like postpartum issues, that it was depression, why not just check it into rehab? Right? Wouldn't she just do the rehab instead of going to like a psych unit?
If you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge, from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she...
We do know that Lindsay's basically a nutcase. Sorry, not sorry. I don't get nutcase vibes from Lindsay. I don't know what I get from Lindsay. I don't know. Not nutcase vibes. Nutcase is like, I reserve that for like Sarah Boone and Lori Vallow. Lindsay, I'm just perplexed. Yeah, perplexed by Lindsay. Do sure. Hey, Mariah, hello. How have you been? Sorry, I didn't been here much. I've been doing school for 4 years. Oh my gosh, how's school? How are you? Is the semester just started?
Basically had been to Nurse Gelada. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did they get treatment did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean, but she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, she was admitted to McLean.
McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating as a psychiatrist a woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
Yeah, Gelada considered bipolar disorder. You know, I really like this expert. There's some experts that are hired, they come up, they testify, and they like try to overplay their hands. I feel like he's like, I like him. Got very honest vibes from him.
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer, but I believe that she then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is a...
That's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the 2 words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did
Yeah, I want to know more about the Seroquel thing. So Seroquel was giving initially, and they were going to get off the Seroquel because Lindsay was like, oh, you know, she's not doing well, I think. It was like at a low dosage of Seroquel. Like, was it like 50 milligrams? It was like low dose of Seroquel from what I remember. Lindsay was supposed to try the Prozac again because Gelada was like, oh, well, you know, you took Prozac when you're in nursing school. You took it for a year and you did well on it. Let's try that. Even though apparently she didn't do well in the Prozac when she upped it from 25 to 50 milligrams. And so the Prozac was not working well. So that's why they're like, okay, let's not do the Prozac. Maybe you have bipolar. Let's do Seroquel because at least Seroquel should help with your anxiety, should help if you have bipolar. And so that's when she started upping the Seroquel. So from like 50 to like 100 to 200, 300, 400 milligrams. But Lindsay never hit that 400 mark. Apparently she only hit the 200 mark from what we know, from what she reported to Gelada. So I want to hear more about using the Seroquel for the bipolar disorder. Thoughts on that?
What did she say? What were the symptoms or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does, in fact, help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Do you recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and...
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
Yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And I think Gelada said that, yeah, low dosages were for like sleep or anxiety or something. But in order to actually get the psychotherapeutic uses out of Seroquel, you have to like up it to like 300 or 400. But Lindsay never hit that 300 or 400 threshold.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
At 25 and help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Do you recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and...
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
Yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment and still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know that she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts in January 9th and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th, she was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now, in reference to
Did
the,
it help her sleep? She was reporting that she was sleeping better. She was reporting that to her mom, and she was reporting it to Patrick. The mom through the text messages and Patrick, and I think those were the only two people that she was communications in her life.
DSM,
Like, it was a little bit better, but it's not like super great.
out of that revision, and you agree with me that they have DSM-1, DSM-2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM-3, all the way up to DSM-5 text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I look under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it.
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other
Yes.
information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Sorry, there were some rumblings in the background.
Yes.
Information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Sit the fuck down.
Objection.
Right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes.
And how
If I was the Commonwealth, that's how I would have taken it. Oh my God. He wants to finish. Okay, let me sit down. Let me shut the fuck up.
does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
All right, objection.
Come on.
Oh, okay. Well, I need a bathroom break. That was a long one. Keep in mind, they've been having mini breaks. Okay, I've been sitting here this entire time. All right, quick restroom break. All right, guys. too much drug testimony. There's a lot of repeats. All right, Commonwealth.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae.
Yes.
Is, you went through that with counsel. You recall that?
Yes.
And fair to say, the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983 when you were at the, what was it, the Massachusetts, Mental Health Center, you worked with postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who had either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with counsel, with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article.
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
The New Yorker article is an article that it's an interview they did with Patrick about like a year ago. I had to subscribe to it in order to read it.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
I don't know if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
But I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Now, in relation to kind of going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought out a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Hey, did you take that from me? That's what I said. I said that a few days ago. I was like, oh, couldn't Lindsay have seen like a psychologist or someone else to treat her if she didn't want to get medications and if she didn't want that to be the focus of her treatment, right?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent at least. But yes, they can also prescribe medication.
And through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also describe that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania. like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay.
And
you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia. But for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. Reminds me of Liar Liar, Jim Carrey. I love that movie. I had the VHS. Your Honor, I object. On what grounds? Because it's devastating to my case. That movie is so good. I love it. Hey Leslie, how are you doing today? Allison, hello, hello. Yes, she's a court reporter. So sometimes they have like, they can type really fast. But then now I think the new way of doing it is just you basically just repeat what you're hearing in the courtroom and you're just like speaking directly in there and then it transcribes it for you. So a lot easier, hopefully.
Need for sleep, correct?
it can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days, but it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November from the records, aren't you?
In that period, yes.
You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony?
There are a few sentences, but they are mostly check boxes, yes.
And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records.
There are notes at certain places, yes.
And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood and how she was feeling and symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to
Can we see the notes? Can we be the judge ourselves?
consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, you also reference in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record?
Yes, from 25 to 50.
And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you?
I did not review a police report, no.
So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
Oh.
Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly, and I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay. Now,
Wait, is the prosecution saying that Lindsay never increased that dosage to 50? Doesn't that hurt their case too, though? I have to go back. I'm so sorry.
Did not review a police report, no.
so if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
Not necessarily. I believe.
Okay, so the Commonwealth is saying either Lindsay. So if Lindsay took a pill every day, because remember the prescription was 25 milligrams of Zoloft for 1 week, and then afterwards you up the dosage to 50. Lindsay said she did that. She upped it to 50, and she did horrible. It was terrible, and that's when the whole thing started spiraling, right, with Jennifer Tufts. However, Commonwealth is saying that only 7 pills were taken. So that means 1 pill for each day, I guess. And then how could have Lindsay upped the dose if only 7 pills were missing? The witness on the stand is saying that, well, it's possible that maybe she only took it for 3 to 4 days and then she upped the dose. So Commonwealth pushes back and says, well, that means she didn't follow the prescription as directed. However, it's also confusing because, one, is the Commonwealth trying to say that Lindsay never upped the dose from 25 to 50 and she just did horrible on the 25? Because that's not good for the providers, right? If Lindsay was not doing well on Zoloft, but then Lindsay didn't report it correctly, that's another huge issue. And then the other issue would be if Lindsay didn't take it correctly. Fuck, they had another point that I forgot to make. Yeah, either Lindsay didn't take it correctly or Lindsay's lying about the dose increase and that Zoloft was making her worse.
That she stopped taking the medication rather quickly. And I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay.
And you know what? I like how he's very honest. He's like, yeah, I didn't review the police report. He's not pushing back. He's not being defensive or anything like that. Why would she up it after 3 days? I don't know. Maybe she did up it after 3 days and she didn't follow the instructions. I think that's what they're really aiming for. She didn't follow the instructions.
Now, you're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how...
I want to know, I don't think we ever heard from anyone that testified at Mass General Hospital from the December 15 visit. Did Lindsay report the intrusive thoughts then? Do we have any record of that? Was the Commonwealth not able to get someone to testify from that day?
Letitia Dukes, a social worker, or a mental health worker, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th.
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications, lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescription, or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
It was only reported that she took 200, but we don't know if she took 400 behind the scenes. We just looked at the records and what she told the providers.
I do not.
And you're also aware that once the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged,
Hey, Rugged, how are you doing today? We haven't heard much expert testimony about psychosis. I want to hear about that. Now, I'm assuming the Commonwealth didn't put on their expert about psychosis because they're waiting for rebuttal. So the defense will put in their experts and opine about psychosis. We heard a little bit from this guy, but not much. I think most of it's going to probably come from maybe Dr. Spinelli.
she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
No.
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as
Valium.
needed and trazodone.
And okay. Oh, I didn't
That
hear it
sounds
here.
correct, yes.
So throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
I don't know if it's the 4. I think he's thinking maybe 4 because maybe Lindsay would take either the Benadryl or the Ativan on her own. But prescriptions at a time that are active, that it's instructed by the prescriber, I think it was 3. But then 4 would be like because Lindsay would say, hey, I actually took Benadryl on top of that. Or I took Ativan. Or I panicked and took Ativan because I couldn't sleep or I had intrusive thoughts.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I mean, she should have brought up if we had the testimonies from Mass General ER visit, the other ER visit where it was like the weed gummy or CBD gummy, and then Women's Rhode Island Health Center, right? I think with those testimonies in, she could have been like, oh, so Lindsay never reported to Tufts, Gelada, Dukes, Mass General, Rhode Island, the other ER place that she heard a voice, right? Okay. I don't know why we didn't get those testimonies in. Why? Is it just, we need more.
District attorney asks you whether...
Yeah, that was an excellent cross-examination by, I forgot her name. I knew her last name, but I forgot it.
or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms that we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice. Would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
And that's what I brought up too. That's a great way to bring that up. But Lindsay was being very open about all the symptoms that she was having, and she had fear and anxiety of harming her own kids, or whether or not it was more like harming her kids because, one, she felt like, Callan was not being treated as the first baby. Callan was on sleep training. She felt bad that she wasn't spending time with Cora, Dawson. Like, she had so much anxiety about her kids being harmed in other ways, right? Not like physically harmed. So if she was already that anxious about her kids, and then she had these intrusive thoughts, and then her kids were the priority, you would think you would want to get help for that, right? I don't know. Couldn't she have thought that the mother-in-law could have just reported her as well? Because the mother-in-law is a nurse. But I think it's good that he brings it up. It's a good pushback.
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses.
That too. That's a good perspective. Good point.
And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
But she did tell her mother-in-law, who's a nurse.
Do you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, Counsel was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be quite episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Counsel asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
Buckingham.
So just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And
Also, going back on the Gelada and the bipolar disorder, she had a meeting with Patrick and Lindsay to say that, oh, maybe we should consider bipolar disorder. Patrick said, my wife doesn't have bipolar disorder. Don't know the tone of how that was said. And so that's why they continued with the Prozac and not the Seroquel. However, when Lindsay did bad with the Prozac, they're like, okay, let's just do the Seroquel.
for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with their providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
Good point.
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further? Okay, good. All right, thank you, doctor. Please sit down. Thank you. Could I see a sidebar again, scheduling?
Okay, scheduling. What's going on with scheduling? All right. Great direct, great cross-examination, great redirect, and great recross. Recross. I think it was good on both sides. I think the Commonwealth probably came out more positive on that, though. All right. What's the schedule for today?
So we're going to try and get that all done during the break.
Oh, God. Technology. So they're going to have a long break for the technology.
All right. So members of the jury, what we're going to do is we're going to break at this point till 2 o'clock. All right? And much of the next longer break will be trying to resolve the technology issue that we had. And so if it's resolved, we may call one witness. If it's not, we'll call another witness. So we're going to try and get that all done during the break. So with my skills and technology, that's why we probably need a little bit longer than just the hour. So we'll in recess till 2 o'clock. We'll come back in for the next witness.
Who's the IT guy? Where's not Nurse Becky? Where's Courthouse Becky's son? Oh wait, no, that's not Massachusetts. That's South Carolina.
Thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors excellent.
You bit a policeman? Oh no.
Before the break. All right, so we'll come back at 2. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock, and we have one of 2 different witnesses, depending on how things work out over the break.
Yep, we can
Okay.
go all day, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we can go all day, no problem. Okay, good. All right, they're gonna do some tech stuff. That's why we have a long break today. Alrighty, y'all. Geez, there's a lot of notes that I have here. Lots of notes. All right, so today we are in day 15 of the Lindsay Clancy trial, and we heard from witness number 5. The defense is putting on their witnesses on the stand, and we heard from Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, who is Patrick's mom. Now, she said that they all had a good relationship. Lindsay, mom, Patrick, no issues there. Briefly worked with Lindsay as the labor and delivery nurse. I thought they actually worked together as coworkers longer, but I think they're at separate, different hospitals. Ooh, a Mex. Hold on a second. Someone's in. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, where were we? Hello. Hi, Rain. Oh, yeah, Rain. Hello. What's going on? How's your day going, Rain? All right, where were we? Patrick Clancy's mother testifies. Defense brought up Dawson, how Dawson was loved all equally as the other children. Lindsay was a loving, nurturing, wonderful mother. Lindsay reached out to her because she was feeling unwell, complained about insomnia, loss of appetite, anxious, sad. Lindsay was struggling for help, and the mother-in-law was really concerned with her. Now, the Commonwealth is trying to downplay Lindsay's symptoms. For example, when Lindsay was when she found out about Lindsay's symptoms, it wasn't because she observed herself. It's because Lindsay told her. She went to the ER to meet with Lindsay. Lindsay was there for like heart palpitations, trouble sleeping. But then the Commonwealth is downplaying that visit, saying they're like, oh, well, didn't Lindsay take a THC gummy? And doesn't that increase her heart rate beat? She tried to downplay the relationship that the mother-in-law had with Lindsay in terms of Lindsay not letting her watch the kids. And she's like, no, that wasn't the thing. Remember the notes where it said that Lindsay, I remember the exact wording. Lindsay didn't have the in-laws watch the kids. She didn't want them to watch the kids, but it wasn't because there was a particular issue or anything like that. And that the in-laws never complained about it. I think maybe they're not super close or something. I'm not too sure. What else was there? Commonwealth brought in text messages between the mother-in-law and Lindsay. Again, Lindsay saying that, maybe she has a benzo dependency. No one's hearing her out, that she feels like they're just like throwing a bunch of medications at her. Lindsay says that she knows that it takes a while to reach for the therapeutic level. Lindsay thinks the depression was caused by the medication. And again, they're going to go through all the different holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and how, oh, Lindsay was hanging with you guys. It seems like Lindsay was doing better or she was participating. Then there was like a really weird line of questioning where the Commonwealth says, "You're a Catholic, right? Are you aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?" It's like, why would you ask that question? It's like, how dare you testify for Lindsay? She murdered. That's a mortal sin. And aren't you Catholic? I don't know. It's a really weird line of questioning. Objection sustained. Let's see. She again, downplays Lindsay begging for help. And she said that, oh, the Commonwealth said that, oh, well, it's not like you attended any of the meetings. You don't know what she told the providers. You don't know what she was asking for aside from, medication. What else was there? I'm just kind of just scrolling through these. I'm not including everything. Then outside of the jury's present, there was some arguments on whether or not some exhibits were going to come in through Dr. La Posada. These are exhibits that show someone going out the window and landing like on the back of their head first onto the ground. So you guys will see it. Dr. Condi was a witness who was just testifying just now. Psychopharmacology. Okay, so this doctor, essentially, he's just going to go through Lindsay's medical health records. He's not supposed to testify about what the standard level of care is, but he is going to talk about, okay, so here are the medications that Lindsay was taking. Here are some effects that it could have had on her. We learned that there's a treatment called Zoresso that Tufts was looking into, but it cost $34,000. But the Commonwealth did say that, it was a discussion with Lindsay and she looked into it. Tufts looked into it, but she didn't recommend Lindsay to do that treatment. Now, the defense was really jumping on the report that Julie Paul had in her records that Lindsay reported dissociation and not being in touch with reality. And the defense is saying that, look, isn't that a sign of psychosis right there? However, for me, I think we need more signs of psychosis. We need more signs of manic episodes where, like, Patrick or a family member walks in on Lindsay and Lindsay's like, doing something that looks really dangerous or weird or muttering things that doesn't make sense. We've heard a little bit about that from Lindsay's mom, how she was being paranoid about things that didn't make sense, but she never elaborated, which I'm like, why? Why not elaborate? It would help. Please elaborate. Again, just Reddington just throwing shade at Dr. Tufts and saying that, when a doctor like Tufts, someone who just sits there checking boxes, doing these evaluations behind the TV screen, couldn't she give a blood test? And the doctor says, yeah, sometimes when after you're pregnant, you could be anemic. You can check and do a blood test. You can do a thyroid test as well. He talks about how there's bipolar 1, bipolar 2, how 2 is, less serious than 1, and your mood can also fluctuate. And also that, when you're having bipolar, that most of the time you're feeling depressed rather than being in the manic episodes. So again, I think they're trying to explain why Lindsay wasn't manic all the time. But they brought out the garage thing, and I think Reddington didn't like the doctor's, his own expert's response about the garage cleaning. Doctor says that it's hard to tell from the record if it was a hypomanic episode, ... And then he gets interrupted by Reddington. Reddington's like, okay, well, what about exercise? So again, Reddington's trying to reiterate that, Lindsay was exercising and there's nothing wrong if you're just a person that's trying to exercise. But I think he was trying to say that, I don't know, was he trying to say that exercise was a manic episode? Because he gets into the marathon, right? What's a crazy thing that was brought up actually was that the expert said it was unusual to run so soon after delivery baby. And he believes that Lindsay ran on the day that she delivered baby Callan. I'm like, what? How? Maybe like walk gently? I don't know. But ran? That's crazy to me because after Cora, she bled a lot. I think, or no, sorry, after Callan, no, after Dawson. After Dawson, she bled a lot. Yeah, after Dawson, she bled a lot. So it surprises me that she would want to run on the day that she delivered Callan. I don't know. I wanted to hear more clarifications about that. Like, I feel like I needed to hear another statement that she actually did this, but I didn't hear from the defense attorney. I did not hear it from the Commonwealth. Woman health discharge. Okay. They got into Lindsay trying to get help from the suicide hotline, going to the ER room, trying to get help from the Rhode Island Women's Health Clinic, but she was turned away because of complications from the medication. And they didn't believe that she was suffering from postpartum issues. However, the Commonwealth did push back and say that, like, well, these are self-reports by Lindsay and Patrick. Like, that's the narrative that they are given. So probably makes sense that they would think that like, oh, it must be all the medications. Maybe you got to detox from these meds before you come here. See, they go through some more medications. Okay, cross-examination was pretty good. Cross-examination, the Commonwealth is trying to downplay the witnesses or the experts like resume, saying that like, oh, it seems like most of your experiences around children and adolescent psychologists, and that back in 1983 you did work with postpartum women, but that was back in 1983. Commonwealth is trying to jab at this person, this expert, only relying on the New Yorker article that Patrick did, and going through some of the records of I guess like the doctors that he viewed, and also interviewing Patrick. However, he didn't get any of the police reports from this case, so he doesn't know how many medications were uncovered, how many medications Lindsay may have taken, not taken, if she was following the prescription, if she was not. Did not see the crime scene photos, so he did not review any of that. But he is involved in a civil case. That's what we learned. Yeah, the medication. And then she ended it with never reporting to Tufts, Gelada, or Letitia Dukes about hearing voices. That Lindsay never did that. And that the only time that she reported to anyone about hearing voices was January 24th, 2023. Redirect, I think Reddington did a good job again that's the only thing he could really fight back with, is that, well, sometimes people don't want to report what's really happening to them because they are scared of, the children being taken away from them. And then also the expert also mentioned that, sometimes, the board of like I forget what it's specifically, but if you're in a profession where you're like board certified and stuff like that, or you're like a nurse, you have a nurse license, you might not want to report certain mental illnesses because you don't want to have your license taken away. However, I think that Lindsay was already she was in the deep with all the stuff that she was already reporting, the struggle, the fear, and how she even said that she felt like she couldn't go back to work because the lack of sleep, and she felt like, she wouldn't be able to take care of her patients. I don't know. I feel like it was already kind of like bad for her, and she's been reporting it to her providers, but that's a possibility. Let's see. Commonwealth again in the recross was like, well, you never evaluated her. You don't know what's in her mind. And that for someone begging for help, they should be honest. And he's like, yeah, you would want them to be honest, but that's not always something that you always come across at all. The new wife looks almost identical to Lindsay. It's eerie. I've seen people say that, but sometimes you just have a type, Sometimes you just have a type. Maybe he came across her and he was like, oh, this reminds me of Lindsay during the good days, right? So I don't think it's like too weird that, I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't seen what the new wife looks like, but like I have friends that will, get into a new relationship and you're like, oh, wow, that kind of looks like your other boyfriend, your ex-boyfriend, you might just have a type. She does look a lot like Lindsay. Maybe he has a type in physical appearance because she's the total opposite in personality. I haven't seen her, so I don't know anything about that. All right, so did he remarry? Yes, he did. We found out from this defense attorney in the jury selection. He has remarried. Honestly, like, I don't know. I think like when you're Patrick's age, he's almost mid to late 30s. He probably had the ideal life of wanting to have a family, kids, and now that the family and kids are not there anymore, if you want to still have kids, you kind of have to move kind of quickly, right? And I think the best way I said this earlier, and it sounds really fucking cheesy, but I think the best way to deal with trauma is to find love, just, through love. Whether it's like finding a new spouse, whether it's finding, people that you can bond with, any type of love, whether it's like pets. I think that's one of the best ways to kind of deal with the trauma. And it's a very traumatizing event. I don't know. I feel like if I was in Patrick's shoes, I would want to, put my life on track as fast as I can. Never forget the kids, obviously, but it's a terrible thing to deal with. You wake up one day and all three of your children are lost. They're gone. Never going to come back. And they were lost at such a young age. Why wouldn't Lindsay have written that down on her notes? Yeah, we didn't see any of that. That's true, Gwen. Yeah. Pets, yes. People know. Not for me. Understandable. All right, guys, I am going to go make some food. They are going to be back at 2 p.m. I will be back at, I don't know. I feel like they're going to have some tech issues, man. I feel like I should be back at 2:30. I'll do 2:20. I'll be back at 2:20. So see you guys about an hour and a half. Court is on lunch. Court is on lunch break till 2 p.m. Corgi will be back. Okay, yeah, Corgi will be back 2:20. All right. Recording. Go to the screen. Hey, Dino, good to see you. I have my mic muted, so I don't think you guys heard me. But if you guys are not caught up with the case, feel free to catch up with one of the recaps that I did for days 1 through 14. I don't know, choose which one you want to do, and feel free to catch up on your lunch break. All right, and I'll see you guys in an hour and 20 minutes. All right, guys. Alrighty, guys. Hello, hello. How's it going? Beginning of live is missing. I like to watch it the next day. I live in Europe. Wait, which beginning of the live? Hey, Dandelion. Everyone says fine after being asked how one is doing. There comes a point you get tired of giving details and complaints and accept no one gets your private hell. Very true. How was everyone's lunch break? Hey, Laura. Welcome back. Alrighty, seems like we have Dr. La Posada testifying right now. They were able to figure out the logistics of the TV testimony. Hey, Dothra. Hey, Jessica. Oh, Jimmy John's. I love Jimmy John's. That's my guilty pleasure. But it's so delicious, especially with some chips. Oh, salt and vinegar chips. Alrighty, guys. Hello. How's it going? I feel like that lunch break went by so fast. Alrighty. Still not done with my makeup. All right, guys. Well, welcome back to part 2, day 15 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I was on Law and Crime earlier in their chat, and they did a poll on whether or not Lindsay's going to be found guilty, not guilty, or hung jury. And I saw, I think it was 66% said not guilty. 33% was like hung jury. And then the other was guilty. So that's what I saw. Just want to update you guys. I have not done a poll yet. Kind of want to wait to see from the experts and then hear from both sides. I wish I was dozing off the couch. Okay, here's the diagram.
Records and
Oh, we got
photographs.
the diagram. Very nice.
Autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy.
So they came back around here. Only about 10 minutes behind. Not too bad. All right, guys, welcome back to Massachusetts. Come on back. Get on the bus to Massachusetts. I used to not be able to pronounce Massachusetts for like the longest time.
All right. Counsel, we all set?
Yes.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Jury's coming in. I wonder what Reddington had for lunch. Everything's all juiced up. Oh, and there's been rumblings on the Twitter about the Commonwealth's cross-examination about the religion question and how murder is a mortal sin. I thought it was a very interesting line of questioning. I don't know why she decided to take that route. Hi, Yoshi. How are you? You're doing good. You're doing good. Oh, which reminds me, Cheryl has some eye boogers, which I need to clean. Let me get that guy back over here. Hey, Leanne. Happy evening. Cheryl, come here. Come here, bud. What's your little eye boogers? All right, I'm just gonna jump around. Jury's coming in. Camera's panning to Lindsay. Zoomed in. wearing her glasses.
Including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Isn't that crazy? They haven't lost any jurors. They have not lost any jurors. All 18 are still there.
Members of the jury, I think you
Dedication.
got everything fixed. So thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testified either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Rankin.
Yes, thank you.
What witness number is this?
I swear her in.
Yes.
7?
Dr. Lapisato, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you.
Oh, it better work.
Tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work.
I don't know. What happened to the audio? I feel like the audio just got worse. I'm going to boost up the audio, but just a heads up, they might boost it on their end, and it might be really loud. So,
Doctor?
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with my MD degree in 1979.
oh man, this is unfortunate. I can't. Oh, she went to University of Maryland. Awesome. I can't really hear her that well. I heard the audio better when she was speaking, and then they readjusted the audio where we could hear Reddington more, but not the witness as much.
I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, Doctor?
Yes, in 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. I had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner.
What was her opinion in the Karen Reed trial again? I forgot. I know her face. I just don't remember what she testified about. I know it's like something with his injuries, but what was it again?
After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005 when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
All right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way. Did you look at police,
Okay.
did you look at police reports?
Yes,
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
yes,
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay.
I looked at,
No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
oh, yes, I looked at,
That is very smart. Reddington doesn't like to waste time. He just wants to get right to it. So it's like, oh, okay, she's listing off everything she reviewed. You know what? Let me just put her into the pertinent ones. I like that.
her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. I gave Mr. Jeffrey Drake graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction. We put together some illustrations.
And, Your Honor, could I, we all know what it is, could I offer this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
Just the private
Yeah,
questions.
so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. Judge, the jury can pass out copies of what was just introduced as an exhibit. It's just so you can kind of follow along with the testimony. At the end, you can ask to pass it back for us. Mark that.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, that you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay, three of the children.
Yes.
One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Right,
were...
do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing. If that's better. Then we can go back. We'll get back to the charts. We can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Oh, that's right. The bruisings. I forgot about that. Now, I think the Commonwealth, I don't know if they're trying to say that Lindsay was hurting the kids to the point that she bruised them, like she hit them or anything like that. I was thinking more along the lines of she held them down with such force that it did cause bruisings on their bodies. Maybe La Posada would say that, oh, the bruisings, you can't really tell if it happened from that day. It could have been before that. I think the only indicator that they focused on was the colors of the bruising. So the Commonwealth had their doctors the forensic, the medical examiner. Medical examiner testified that the bruises seem more red in color. So that means that they would have happened, a lot more recently instead of like being like greenish or yellow. Who is that, by the way? This.
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears...
Oh, is that Pastor Bob, maybe? Possibly? I remember seeing Reddington speak to him before, and I thought he was one of the experts for, I don't know, one of like the medical experts or something like that, or the digital experts. But he wouldn't be up here with Lindsay.
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would appear to be, on occasion, fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and there would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not, no.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Really quick, surface of skin. Okay.
That might be mistaken for a bruise.
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and there would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not, no.
Doctor.
I don't know if the Commonwealth was trying to say that, but it was pointed out, so maybe that's something that the jury might try to guess happened.
You also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp inside wound. Is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia, or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on the wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And they did, those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when...
So she brought up the hesitation marks on the wrist. It's a classic attempt. It's a classic suicide attempt. I was wondering, remember how the Commonwealth, they said outside the jury prisons that they weren't trying to say that it was a fake suicide? And we're like, oh, okay, so what the fuck it is that they're saying? And I think people were thinking like, okay, are they trying to say that Lindsay was not in psychosis, that she knew to not act irrational, well aware of what was going on? But they didn't say that. I feel like that's still a lingering question that we all have. What was the Commonwealth trying to say?
The photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
No. Did she also sustain an injury to her neck? from your review of the medical records.
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report in the diagram.
Who's the guy with Lindsay? I don't know. I was thinking, is that Father Bob? Because they are going to get into, I mean, they got into the photos of baby Callan and the bruise on the head. We don't know what's caused for that, but we don't know what was caused. We don't know what caused that. Jesus Christ. But Lindsay was getting emotional. And because she got emotional last week when the medical examiner testified, I wonder if they allowed Father Bob to sit there next to Lindsay to console her. But I don't know if that's Father Bob or not. That's what I was looking into. We're nosy.
Page 4, 5, and 6. And tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
Just so
what we,
that's the first page that you have, so just...
yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yeah. So what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured, and I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this...
Just kidding. I looked up a Father Bob, and this Father Bob does not look like that guy at all. All right, so here's the diagram.
Here is to show you how Lindsay was injured, and I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photographs. She then hits really head first as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that, and then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae, number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get...
I thought pages 1, 2, and 3 were not to be admitted. I didn't document exactly which pages were not to be admitted, but they probably reordered the page numbers, maybe? Or maybe this is page 4? Question, why is there no damage to the skull? I think the defense can argue that the fall wasn't that high to damage her skull, but the bend of the neck was severe enough to fuck up the vertebrae. I don't know. The doctors didn't notate any damage to her head area, and you would think they would check because she fell off a window. I think the defense can argue that Lindsay has hair that covers it. Maybe they didn't see it, but still, you know, I feel like you would still check. I don't know.
Any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big, so it just brushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1. The lower right-hand panel there puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured. The impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. The impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed a number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a...
Sorry, I'm going back looking through my notes really quick. Dr. Shaw, the psychiatrist, testified. Why do I have her notes about the CT scan? There's a photo that was shown that there's no acute intracranial bleeding. Witness can still have bleeding if it doesn't show on the CT scan, okay? The Commonwealth says, are you aware there was no bleeding? They did an MRI. Go back to it. That's all the notes that I have. Okay, sorry. I was fishing around. Go back.
Her head hits, so she gets her head first. Then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area, and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae.
I mean, I get what she's saying. So she's saying that Lindsay landed on her head. The energy transferred to her vertebrae, and it was so bad to the point that T5 right here, all this right here kind of got like shifted. I could see that, but I'm still having an issue understanding the lack of damage to her head. Could they have to say that she didn't land on her head and she landed on her back of her neck, and that's why it turned out like this?
Were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the...
I don't know. And then also, like, how does she have enough... We've seen the size of the window. It's not this, but like, how does she have enough clearance to... Because you know when you're diving into a pool, right? You're standing. You have a board that you're hopping off of, and you're diving into. You've got all the clearance to hop into the air and, you know, do some spins. This one, I'm just not computing it. I don't see how she would have enough clearance to dive in a way where she could have done a little bit of a flip forward and land on her neck. Like, how does she... Because I was thinking, okay, maybe she dove out from the ground and she dove through the window, but then your knees would also hit the ledge, maybe? I don't know. Hmm. Can we see a 3D animation of this, please? I need to see a 3D animation.
So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice.
She could have climbed on the edge of the window and dove, but like on her butt, sitting on the edge of the window, or like standing on the edge of the window. I think standing would have been too hard to coordinate. And I think if she was sitting butt on the window and then she like how do you, I feel like you would just land on your face. The fall is not even that high. Yeah, I think they're saying she dove out, but where was her feet? You can crouch on the window. Crouch on the window. She had socks on. Do we see any footprints? I don't think so, right? We saw a lot of driplets there. So crouch on the window and then dove. I don't know. I feel like you would still land on your face, your chest. I don't know if you would have enough time to do some sort of you know, I don't want to say a spin or plie because we're not trying to get into the retrial, but I feel like I don't know if you would have enough to somersault it. Yes, she used to be a gymnast back in the day and a cheerleader. Maybe that's a possibility.
Box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body, as documenting all the materials I reviewed. That is on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her
So she lands, sorry, I'm just looking at the diagram. So she lands, okay, then she ends up on her back. Okay.
Lindsay's body is documenting all the materials I reviewed. That is on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, Doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually...
But she fell in a way where somehow a part of her body, whether it was like a foot, arm, clothes, anything, made contact with the side of the window. So she was very close to the house. Huh, I don't know. I gotta see I just have a hard time picturing this. Was it ground snow or ice? It was probably around 34 degrees. I went back and looked at the temperatures back then. They said around 6 p.m., 34 degrees, which is very close to freezing.
Fully coated as
Fahrenheit.
a result of her injuries.
Yeah, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I have, Doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on, so wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body, and also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Attorney Sprague?
I feel like I got to go back and re-listen to this testimony.
Dr. Lakasad,
Yes.
you were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations and unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have the safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay. But she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
I'm sure she had bruising. You don't know that.
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right. She didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
She had bruises of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay. But she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right. She didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed, there was no hemorrhaging, there was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure? You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
Do they have the photos of the scalp?
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
No,
yes.
let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs
okay, go
here.
ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show them. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
Oh, we get to see it. I wasn't sure if they're going to show it to us. You know, they might be like, let's keep it hush hush and not show everyone else.
I mean, whatever you want. We'll do it.
Showing you here, photo of the top of the defendant's head. No
Yes, I see that.
cuts, no swelling,
She's going to say it's under the hair.
correct?
Oh, we just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard, frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head.
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was a
sure
yes or
there
no
was some
question,
bruise.
Doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague,
Okay.
if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct. As we
And
see there.
she fell head first to the frozen ground and not, with enough force to break several vertebrae and her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
I don't think that this was a battle that the defense needed to fight with saying that she dove out first and she landed the way that she did. I feel like we could have skipped Dr. La Posada. I think the defense could have just been like, hey, look at her. She's in a wheelchair. You don't think she's serious? She's in a wheelchair. She can't walk. I don't know. I think like when we saw some of the blood on the side of the house, it was like, oh, there's blood there. Oh, did she try to slide down? But it wasn't like drastic blood on the side of the house where it was like fingerprints and like drag marks, you know, like it's like, oh, maybe she made contact with the house as she was falling, you know, maybe she hit the side of it. I wasn't really convinced about the sliding down like Spider-Man. I feel like we could have skipped his testimony. Thoughts? Oh, Reddington's like, fuck. Okay, Reddington. But you know what? Let me give Mr. Reddington a chance. Maybe in redirect, he'll get it back on track.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
1682.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in State of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked, if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, Unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was...
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right,
Defense can follow up.
hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
That's why the defense spent time about the strangulation. Okay, you remember when we had the medical examiner that was testifying? Lindsay's like bawling her eyes out, and the Commonwealth really wanted to get into details about the strangulation, how long it takes to hold, how long to keep that pressure. If someone's struggling, it might take longer. And we're like, oh God, like it's starting to get really uncomfortable here. That's why she wanted to get into it. Okay, because of Dr. La Posada. Okay. All right. We gave her a lot of shit for that.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor, wait for a question.
You were also asked in that same trial, doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion, and you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
True.
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature. That was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck.
Wouldn't ligature be more consistent because it's like an all-around wrap versus hand where it's only at the front? That's a good point that the Commonwealth made. She's like, oh, I don't remember that trial. Maybe I said that. Commonwealth is like, but you have memory for medical knowledge. That was pretty good.
Neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that it's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all 3. You said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around. They went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds, because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
with continuous pressure, pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about...
All right, Reddington's turn. Oh, that was pretty rough. That was pretty rough. All right, Reddington, what you got? He's ready
Thank
to
you.
go. He's ready to go.
Manual.
It's like, tag me in, coach.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen, absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain, but the way they get there, that's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you.
Spread.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
Oh.
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops, like that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those tubular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Oh.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right,
They're
and
not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or a knot would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. Yeah, I can tell that from the...
Jacob. This is like Bridesmaid scene where they're one up. That is like my brother's favorite movie. I just watched it recently.
appearance
Great
of the
reference.
skin on the neck.
Oh, she's taking it out. She's taking it out. I guess it's a good thing they just have it handy and just chills in the courtroom all day, all the time.
Showing you the band, doctor. Wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right.
Can La Posada could have said that, like, oh, well, you know, neck, sweat, the rubber could have stuck to each other. I mean, she didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. But I don't know. I think the Commonwealth kind of came up on top of that one. I don't know what you guys... Should we do a poll?
Hey, thank you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Can I see you just for a second?
Patrick said he untied them. I can go back, but from what I remember, Patrick says I thought he said he unwrapped them. But I think untie, I don't know. Untie is like, I guess sort of specific, but not super specific. Let's see. What can I search that's going to take me there? Patrick Clancy. Patrick Clancy. Patrick. I just wrote took band off. I can look for it. Give me a second. All right, they're in sidebar right now. Zyzel. Oh, Zyzel is next. All right, Zyzel is next. Give me a second. I'll try to find it. Let's speed through this. I'll go back. I don't know if he says unwrapped or untied or...
Quorum is closed in session. Please be seated.
So we'll be in, I know we always say it, but we'll be in a short recess. Come soon as we can get the equipment down. We'll come right back out and we'll take the next witness. Okay.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Dr. La Posada.
This is Lindsay. Yes.
Back.
ruling.
All rise, please, your center.
Okay, I found it. Give me a second. Let me check my dog really quick.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zeisel, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give you shall give to the court and the jury, and that no harm between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeisel, Z-E-I-Z-E-L.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, a Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5-TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different.
Oh, Dr. Zeisel is the one that spoke to Lindsay. It was, I think, the first person that spoke to Lindsay. And then Reddington was bringing attention that maybe there's an accusation that the defense told Zeisel to tell Lindsay what to say to Patrick. Okay, he's here.
Racial ethnicity.
Okay, let me go back. Sorry, I did find Patrick's testimony, though.
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And Do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah,
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
When you tie your shoes and don't do the bow, there is still some tying, isn't there? When you tie your shoes, you do the first loop, and it's like that, no? I don't know. I think she went into it pretty clearly, but we didn't get a clear answer because he doesn't remember. All right, guys. Could be either.
Cities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a, let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease or defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was it MMPI administered by the government's doctors, in this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multifaceted personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Oh, Burnington is fired up today. He's talking real fast. Let me slow him down. All right, so we're talking about the MMPI.
Government's doctors, in this case to Lindsay.
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multifaceted personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Okay, so this is a fairly long sidebar, I think. No, maybe not bad.
So, Doctor, let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results in the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection.
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine, and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces, that would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I'd be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai. And
why didn't the state hire the psychologist to counter the psychologist? I think they're waiting for the psychologist to testify first, and then the government psychologist that did the MMPI will probably be in rebuttal.
Help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of the war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small base is. And the billets were often cots in tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable and helpful. I did many of those events.
Wow.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Ms. Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Ms. Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon.
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes,
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
that's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed, but they're handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were regular, but appear to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So,
they were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes.
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
She was not.
So she was able to speak?
Yes.
Was she able to move? Obviously, she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
She could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
So none of the law enforcement officers were inside by the bedside. Reddington was trying to make an argument that there was a doctor's note somewhere that said that law enforcement was at the bedside. And the argument was that, oh, you guys were just standing next to Lindsay's bed, watching over her. She's injured. I don't know. I wasn't sure if he was ever going to circle back to that one.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery.
Oh, sorry.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
She didn't know where she was. She was communicating with the nurses with the whiteboard and the doctors too. And I'm assuming they probably had logos on their scrubs.
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
She wanted to find out how things were with him and her. She asked about the kids.
With Patrick, she wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She expressed concern about what had happened.
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career.
I don't know. When we go back to how Patrick characterized the call, he just made it seem like it was just like a shitty phone call. Like, yeah, I mean, she talked to me. Yeah, you know, she said this. Yeah, told me about the boys. I don't know. He didn't make it seem like, oh my gosh, she said that she loved me very much. And like, she was like really sorry. She expressed a lot of emotion. It was just like, I don't know. Yeah, she called me.
Career, did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
I think there's two different barriers. So one would be, did Reddington tell Zeisel to tell Lindsay to say the shared voices? For me, I'm inclined to not believe that because I like to think that Zeisel was a professional and wouldn't want to do that. But I don't know Zeisel, right? But I try to give him benefit of the doubt. What I think might be more possible would be Lindsay just came up with that on her own, right? Not Reddington told Zeisel, Zeisel tells Lindsay. I think the jury could be like, oh, well, you know, even if it didn't go down that way, it's possible that Lindsay could have still made it up. Because, you know, typically in cases where you hear people murdering their children or they claim, you know, insanity, they'll say that, oh, I heard voices. So you don't really need an attorney to tell you, say that.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
Oh, they homies. Okay.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency room records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with, 2023, I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection. All of this.
Yeah, sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup.
Tewksbury Hospital is a psychiatric hospital. We were wondering, where is Lindsay being held? We had no idea.
Because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific...
Objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
Right. Can I see counsel here?
I'll withdraw it.
All right, so that answer, ladies and gentlemen, that answer is stricken. Okay?
In Tewksbury Hospital,
I think he was going to get into, like, this is a horrific thing for her to relive. I can't believe that they are charging her with this. She has to sit here in the courtroom. Not that specifically, but I think that's a sentiment that he was heading to. And, like, for anyone like Lindsay, you know, she had psychosis and she has to deal with what happened. Going through this all over again, it's very traumatic.
you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a jury.
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy is involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's, and then, of course, transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection.
Can I see counsel?
All right, while they are approaching, let's go to Patrick really quickly. Here's what Patrick said about the phone call. Volume up. Closed captions.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, his characterization of that phone call just seems like, yeah, she called me. Yep, she explained herself. That's it, you know. Zeisel said that, like, Lindsay said that she was very emotional. That, what does Zeisel say? She was emotional, told him she loved him very much, had love for him, and then she talked about the male voice. But to Patrick, all of that probably didn't matter at the time. He was probably like, what happened? Why did you do this? All right. Tewksbury. You guys are curious how Tewksbury is spelled? It's Tewksbury. Tewksbury Hospital.
In a very visiting with her here, her present state of mind was always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, et cetera?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to
did she see
other
doctors?
people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication.
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school, prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves. What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially, is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And
Yes.
how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore perinatal?
Yes.
At some point, did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load.
So she was transferred?
She was transferred,
Okay.
yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position?
It's like a memory test. Who else did she deal with? How long was she with? What was she medicated with? Like, oh, so much shit.
Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors were looking at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization.
That was the Gelada? She was out of her body. She was out of her body. And
Not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors were looking at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed.
I think that was with Julie Paul, not Gelada. Gelada saw Lindsay start treating her was on the 29th.
From your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also...
It seems messy. It seems like they're going through overly rehearsed questions. Yeah, I think they had like this was rehearsed and then he's like not following along with the script maybe. Oh man.
Complaining of other symptoms, and to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
The answer is yes.
They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help?
It's more impactful when you're giving short answers. So like bam, 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 bam. I think that's the effect that Reddington wants.
From healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any
She did. But not to the emergency room.
as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any
Yeah, but that wasn't, there's no record of that anywhere.
intrusive thoughts and dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them.
Sometimes she expressed at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the Little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody.
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking.
Yeah, I think the way that he was saying it was she didn't tell McLean that. She didn't tell Mass General ER about that. But the reason why she's there through this process is because she told the mother-in-law and Patrick. I think that's what he meant. But when he said it initially, I was like, oh, wait, did she tell the hospital that?
And that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
They got to go into the disorganized thinking. So he says psychosis is a major mental health disorder, disorganized thinking. And I think every time when we look back to the crime scene, is like, does this look like something that was disorganized, or does it look like it was more orchestrated? Maybe he'll get into more about that.
During that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with
Wait, just say, so she's Seroquel, psychosis.
It's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, your voice, or malevolent. You believe those voices.
During that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations. But hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
And that's what we're looking for through other testimonies. Were they coming and going? Not the people, but the state, the psychosis. Was she experiencing it? Was it just that the first time of psychosis just happened to be the day that she killed her kids? But Reddington is arguing that no, there were signs of psychosis from November 27 when she reported the dissociate state, which, by the way, when you look at the full note that was testified to, it didn't sound like psychosis dissociate state. She was just describing like, oh, I feel like disconnected and it feels like, you know, like untethered from reality. She didn't say that specifically, but I read the notes earlier. And then he goes back to the garage clean out. Those are the two that they keep leading back to. I'm like, just those two? Maybe even the workout. I don't know. There were some rumblings about Lindsay. Was it an opening? I'm trying to differentiate between what I've seen outside of trial and inside of trial. But I remember there's rumblings about, you know, working out and then the beach body thing, which I think was in this case. But I don't think they really expanded about that. And then the other one was about the multi-level marketing. Like she got into like the multi-level marketing. She was trying to sell stuff or something. But I don't think that was in this. I don't think that was mentioned in this trial.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, Hawaii, I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, but the unicorn is like a very extreme case, you know? Oh, man. I don't know. Because I feel like you would just sense something is off when someone's going in psychosis, right? There's different levels, I'm sure. But Lindsay apparently was experiencing the most severe psychosis. Like it was so severe that it was a voice telling her to kill her kids. That's how severe the psychosis was.
Mr. Reddington, it's 4 o'clock. Just a good time to.
Sure.
Man, he said buy a hot dog. I want a hot dog now. What he said, you could buy a hot dog, can buy a hot dog, can drive a car. Ooh, that's scary. Can drive car, buy a hot dog, and not seeing rainbows in the corner.
All right.
Unicorns.
So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow will be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the tech.
No. I don't think they said that she ran a 5K the day that Callan was born, but they just said she ran. I don't think they ever specified it was a 5K. I think she just ran. Like, I think maybe she went out for a jog or something. That's what I was thinking. I don't think she ran a 5K. I don't think she'd be allowed to do that, but it seems like maybe she like got up in her jimmies, you know, or in her johnnies, whatever it's called in Massachusetts, and maybe she just like did a little lap around the hospital. I don't know. I still find that unbelievable too, though.
Technology issues. And I'm just going to remind everybody, the same.
Yeah, the marathon was 5 weeks after Callan was born, but it was mentioned by a witness on the stand that he understood that Lindsay ran the day that Callan was born. And I was like, huh?
Same instructions. Don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't talk about it. Don't listen to anything. And keep an open mind. Go home. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please.
Yeah, like I had a friend who was like hiking. She was hiking when she was like full on like 7 months pregnant, 8 months pregnant. But like the day that you give birth, running, I don't know. I'm like, did we miss it? Maybe we misheard it. Maybe everyone, all of us misheard it. All right, guys, there's a poll up right now. Dr. La Posada's testimony. What are you guys' thoughts on her testimony?
All right, Doctor, if you want to give me a step down.
Thank you.
All right.
I guess I take the ask for you folks.
All right.
Okay, so, you know, we've had some misses today. Minor hits, but, you know, some misses with the defense team today. I think what really stood out to me was mostly just Dr. La Posada's testimony in regards to falling on hard ice, 12 feet off the ground. Injuries are being so severe that Lindsay just severely messed up her spine, but no injury on the head. And then they got into the bans, strangulation, her old testimony. I will say, though, I think it's tough to be blindsided by something you testified to many years ago. I do understand that the Commonwealth is trying to say that, like, well, you know, this is your medical knowledge, and medical knowledge, you know, it's probably the same, right? Unless there's new research that shows you that strangulation changes over time, or maybe there's new research that showed that, like, oh, you know, different types of levels of pressure, you know, could induce, you know, going unconscious or, you know, killing someone. Maybe there's different studies that show that, but you know, I do get it. It is hard to remember what you testified to a very long time ago, and context matters. Maybe there's a context in the case that led Dr. La Posada to say what she said, but honestly, I think La Posada did terrible in the stand. I don't know. Like the witness that testified, I think before La Posada, he felt very genuine and he was just giving the answers. You know, it doesn't matter if he was testifying for the defense or if he was getting cross-examined by the Commonwealth. Like I felt like he was just giving genuine answers. La Posada, on the other hand, I don't know, man. I feel like she was just kind of like crafting and squirming a little bit. That's the sentiment I was getting. Also, though, I tend to not like listening to people on video calls or the television. I feel like you get a better feel of them, you know, when they testify in person, even though I am watching them through, you know, the screen. But I don't know, the interactions between someone through the television, between the attorneys and La Posada, I know, it's just like, it's not the same as that person was there. But I think the La Posada testimony, I feel like we didn't have to focus on that. We could have just left it out, honestly. Like I said, Lindsay having, you know, the injuries, and yes, there were some blood on the side of the house, but I don't think the blood was so severe to the point where you really had to focus on, you know, fighting that she did not slide down on the side of the house, right? Like I mentioned before, like there's not like lots of blood on the side of the house. There's not like fingerprints, like drag marks, right? I mean, at that point, the defense would probably just concede to be like, yeah, I don't know how that happened, but it happened that way. I think we put in way too much focus on how she fell, and I think we could have just ignored that, but not ignore it in a way where it's like, you know, don't consider it. But I don't think it was a big deal. We see her in a wheelchair, right? That shows enough that the injuries that she got was really bad. I don't know. Zeisel's testimony. I think it's good that Reddington came out of it, and you know, before the Commonwealth would question Zeisel about the friendship. So Zeisel and Reddington, they go way back. They're homies. They know each other for 20 years. But then afterwards, when I think they probably had a rehearsed way of doing the questionings, which is not bad because you want to practice. You want to make sure that when you're doing your direct examinations, you know, certain lines of questionings and answers go a certain way. But because I think Zaisel was kind of like going, like he is a very long-winded person. Reddington's more of like a quick, like let's just answer really quickly, let's move on. And it's also for the effect too, the effect that it has on people when you're listening. When you're asking a bunch of questions, it's like, no. There's an effect of like, oh, was Lindsay treated? Was Lindsay this? Was Lindsay that? And I think there's a strategy behind it. And Zaisa was kind of like weaving out a little bit, and Mr. Reddington was trying to, get the fucking rope and just like, what do you call it again? When you're trying to like, not cattle someone in, like, herd them in. What's the phrase that I'm looking for? Basically, he was trying to control his witness, and sometimes a witness would start to stray off a little bit, like a sheep, and Mr. Reddington had to herd him back in again. Dr. Condi. Yeah, Dr. Condi was one who said she ran. Okay. I don't think Condi said that she ran the 5K. I think Condi mentioned that Condi did mention that Lindsay did run the 5K with Patrick, and I think that was weeks after Callan was born. Right? After Callan was born, yeah. But he did say that Lindsay did run the day that the birth happened. I'll go back. We'll take a look at it again. Alrighty. Who else did we get to hear from today? Yeah. Who else do we have? We have Dr. Condi. We have Dr. Condi. Sue Clancy. Okay. Patrick's mother-in-law. You know what? That one was I think the Commonwealth. What did they do in cross-examination? Didn't reach out. Yeah, you know what? I think the Commonwealth should have laid back a little bit with the very aggressive line of questioning with Patrick's mom. Like they were trying to explore the weaknesses between Lindsay and the in-laws relationships, and how Lindsay didn't let the kids stay with the in-laws, or didn't let the in-laws watch the kids because of like some little comment that she made to one of the therapists, and they try to blow it out of proportion. Honestly, I was just like, okay, that's, to me, I think it's unnecessary. And then of course, you're a Catholic. Are you aware that murder is considered a mortal sin? That's never going to leave my mind. That's probably like one of the worst questions that I've heard in trial history. I'm trying to think. Could it have gone differently? Maybe if she was allowed to ask more follow-up questions, maybe it wouldn't sound as harsh. I thought it was a terrible question. I was like, okay. If the witness was very combatant, if the witness was an unlikable witness, okay, maybe you want to try something as aggressive as that. But she didn't come off as that at all. And to ask a question that aggressive, I was like, oh gosh, I think we could have skipped that question. All right. And then we got into the lunch break. Yeah, that's pretty much it for today. Like I said, the more times we hear about psychosis, whether it's from the psychiatrists, people who are treating Lindsay, and then now we're hearing from experts, I am very curious about psychosis. Tell us about the disorganized thinking. How when you say disorganized, can you expand more about that? Because there are some times when Zaisel would testify, and I'm like, oh, I feel like that could work against Lindsay. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, those are my thoughts for today, and reactions. We will see how things are. Rain, I'll go back to what Condi said, but there's no way someone ran a 5K. I don't think you were even allowed to leave the hospital and run a 5K because, yeah, shortly after giving birth, but he said that she ran the same day. Condi said she ran the same day. Reddington had previously crossed the nurse. Lotta said running weeks after the birth. Yeah, I think there's running versus marathon might be different. But do you think there's another word that sounds like running? Maybe he meant something else. Didn't Zaisel, as Lindsay Clancy's doctor, ask her more questions about the day, about the voice? He was very vague. He didn't really tell us much. I feel like we just need details, We need to hear state of mind, not just like I heard the voice, it told me to do this. It needs to be like, you know, like I was giving the kids a bath and then like, you know, I heard something and I was like, I thought it was Patrick at first, but no, it wasn't Patrick because I realized, no, I sent Patrick to go pick up food and, you know, I didn't hear the door open. And like, you know, I was taking care of the kids and then the voice was just like really persistent and I just had no idea who it was. It really freaked me out. I was like about to call my mom, but I was scared. I didn't want her to think I was crazy. Like, I don't know. I feel like I need to hear that narrative. And, you know, we're not going to get that from anyone, but from Lindsay. So, yep. Good to see you, Alice. Good to see you. All right, guys. Well, let me work on some stuff over here. I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early for day 16. And hopefully it will go better for the defense. I think the defense was doing pretty well. You know, he had some good moments. And then it was kind of a train wreck with La Posada. And then we'll see how the rest of the direct examination goes with Zeisel. But I honestly don't believe that the defense, Mr. Reddington, told Zeisel to tell Lindsay this. I don't know. I guess I just want to give people the benefit of the doubt until I see more patterns of like really weird manipulations, lying, or like, you know, if you're going to be, I don't know. Because then I would have to believe that Zeisel is also, you know, doesn't have any morals, you know? And he's like, okay, well, let me tell her this. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I think a lot of people probably have different opinions about that. Oh, tomorrow's better for Big Red. Big Red. Yeah, I mean, I really do like Attorney Reddington. There are times where we have a defense attorney and I'm just like, oh, gosh, this attorney is like annoying. They're wasting my time. Like, what is happening here? Reddington. I like Reddington. You know, I like him. I just think that when we looked at Reddington during La Posada's like cross-examination, he was just sitting there like this. I don't know. He looks like he was really stressed out. He's like, oh shit, this is not the way I want it to go. Alrighty, y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. I have to locate my toothbrush. I've been using this dinky little tiny little travel like toothbrush to brush my teeth. I packed my toothbrush and I don't know where the hell it is. And I think it's in the wrong box. And I have to find the rest of my skincare. So otherwise I'm going to show up with a bunch of pimples in the next few days. All right, guys. I will see you guys later. We've been doing recaps for this trial. If you guys have not seen other recaps, feel free to check it out. If you're new here, subscribe, hit the like button, and all that good stuff, all right? Feel free to join the Discord, have your notifications on, and that's pretty much it for today. I'll see you guys. Have a wonderful, great day. Take care. Get outside and get some fresh air. Get some sun.